Hello, everyone. My name is Faye Coleman, and I will be your facilitator today for our Now You Know Jumping into the Hemp Business Workshop. We're going to take about 45 minutes, and with this being pre recorded, any questions can be shared through Sharon Perry Thomas, and I promise to respond to you within 7 days. So let's get started. The world as we know it is changing. Let's talk for a moment about change for the better, right? So there have been some phenomenal changes by phenomenal people on the margins. And why should we remember them? These are people who were the poor, people with disabilities, women, minorities, the undereducated, and people outside the economic mainstream. If I were to ask each of you to raise your hand if you turned on a light in your room last night, did anyone pass through a traffic light on their way to the store? How many sent letters in the mail this week? Does anyone here have a home security system? Did anyone recently go to the store to get fresh produce? Instacart people included. Did anyone turn on their heat in the winter? Do you think medical breakthroughs like blood plasma and open heart surgery are important? I imagine everybody says yes. I think you know where I'm going. All of these things I just mentioned were created by people on the margins. So what can we learn from them? These were or are people on the margins. You've got Philip B. Downing, who created the mailbox in 1891. Frederick McKinley in the 40s created the refrigerated truck, which allowed produce to stay fresh in grocery stores. Of course, there's Garrett Morgan, who invented the traffic light and sold it to GE for only $40,000. We've got Mary Van Brittan Brown, who invented the home security system, and Dr. Gladys West invented GPS, at least worked on the team. And then, of course, we must mention Ms., or as some might say, Soror, Katherine Johnson, who passed earlier this year at 101. Nobody can dispute her contributions to NASA as a brilliant mathematician and gaining the confidence of John Glenn and being memorialized in his figures. So let that sink in for a minute. Even looking at Lewis Howard Latimer, who added the carbon filament to the light and later sold that to GE. So think about it. A person who was never even supposed to learn how to read, let that sink in. My thoughts are that we all have the capacity to do more. We have no idea whether the cure for ALS or cancer, we don't know where that's coming from. Where better solutions of hemp strains for materials that use less water, trees, and chemical pollutants may be found. What I do know is that the person, the farmer, the entrepreneur, the corporate leader looking for a second career may be the one who was just looking to start a business in hemp and, in fact, find the solution. Besides, George Washington Carver developed over 300 products with a peanut, sweet potatoes, and soybeans. He also was a champion of crop rotation and agricultural education. Can you imagine if hemp was never deemed illegal? I share this because, again, these were people on the margins. Before I became the first African-American female to graduate from the School of Industrial Engineering from West Virginia University, have a successful career in engineering, supply chain, operations, and sales, successfully transitioned into the cannabis industry as a multi-state operator, and have my best contribution, which are my two wonderful children, I'm a person on the margins. All this to say, if they can achieve it, if I can achieve it, then everyone on this workshop can absolutely move forward and be successful in the cannabis industry with hemp. Hemp is such a viable industrial, textile, nutritional, and medicinal resource. Before we get to that, let me share a little bit about my business and who we are. Our company is Pure Genesis. We are primarily a women and minority certified business. We've got over 250 years of combined experience in supply chain operations management, marketing, retail, pharmacy, as well as expertise in cultivation and extraction. Our objective is to serve as a cannabis provider on the hemp and the THC side. Our mission is threefold: education, access, and advocacy. Our goal, our strategy is to cultivate, process, and dispense cannabis in all forms and expand nationally, being multi-state operators and educators. To serve as a business through community partnering, as we take that very seriously, we're looking to offer employment to 30% of our jobs for those being released from prison due to small possession. We're also looking to provide transferable and leadership skills training and provide a living wage for our entry-level jobs. In addition, we'll be providing 1% profit sharing to those communities by which we reside. We have 6 business streams, and the reason we diversified was actually due to the significant barriers of entering into the medical marijuana side of the business. But that's where we started. So today, we have and are pursuing a medical marijuana license and have applied in the state of New Jersey. We also are multi-state operators in hemp as we cultivate. We also have a pain management data analytics study with Rowan University. Through PG Partners, that is our education and business consulting arm. We do our foundation or our profit sharing through our PG Foundation and PG Fire. We're actually launching a CBD beverage in 2021. So to say the least, we are busy, but out of necessity, right? So today, this is what we're going to focus on. We're going to talk about the difference between hemp and marijuana, the market opportunity, talk a little bit about licensing, and then let's get into the details in terms of the financials and the profitability. What does it take to be profitable in this business? And can you really do it? So let's get into it. So what is cannabis? It's a, as many might know, it is an herb. Definition of cannabis is a tall Asian herb from the Cannabaceae family or the hemp family. It contains chemicals called cannabinoids that affect the central nervous system. These are chemicals that work by binding to specific sites in the brain and or the nerves. Cannabinoids are found in the highest concentration in the leaves and flowers. Now, these are primarily two types. They're primarily 2 types of plants. Tall, loose, leafy branches known as the sativa, and then you've got the squatty ones, which is the indica. So let's get into a little bit more in terms of the difference. A lot of times I get, well, you know, Faye, what is the difference? Hemp, cannabis, marijuana, isn't it all the same? And I get the question, can somebody illustrate it for me? So let's do that. You know, as it relates to CBD and as it relates to THC, they are distinctly 2 different paths as it relates to the plant. But think of cannabis like the citrus family, okay? Then let's say marijuana is the orange, and let's say hemp is the grapefruit. Hemp is a high producing CBD plant at 6 to 20% plus CBD and only 0.3% THC, which basically means it doesn't get you high. While marijuana is just the opposite, producing a high percent of THC and a very low percent of CBD. So let's discuss that a little bit further. Now, as you look at hemp and marijuana, it is pretty clear. As you look at it, is it cannabis? Yes. What is the chemical makeup? Hemp has less than 0.3% THC, marijuana between 5 and 35%. Is hemp psychoactive? No. Marijuana, yes. Cultivation requires minimal care in comparison to marijuana. And then as you look at applications, there are over 50,000 uses. It has been used by man for cordage, textiles, paper, and for thousands of years. As a matter of fact, it has been stated that the oldest ever relic of human industry is known to be a scrap of hemp. And that's dated all the way back to 8,000 BC. Now let's take another look at hemp as an agricultural commodity. So when you've got hemp competency, you have cannabis competency. Hemp is medicinal, agricultural, industrial, and the seed to solution manufacturing is much less riskier than if you're going on the marijuana side. Now, from a seed, fiber, and leaves perspective, which all can be harvested from the hemp plant, you know, for seed, you can have fuel, cooking oil. It's a superfood by itself. From a fiber standpoint, you can make textiles, ropes, paper. From a leaf standpoint, mainly this is where your CBD is, you have medicine and body care. Now, let's get into the market a little bit and talk about what's at stake. There is a $52 billion pharmaceutical industry disruption coming in terms of pain, anxiety, and depression for just CBD products alone. What's at stake? 50,000 uses across all parts of the plant. And current markets are only using really 20 to 30% of the plant's matter. What's at stake? Early adoption advantage, providing easier segue into the medical marijuana, if that's your direction, and once federally legal. Now, in terms of the law, the 2018 Hemp Farm Bill was passed and hemp was removed from Schedule 1. Means hemp can be grown anywhere nationally, where marijuana is still state to state. As we look at the tax codes, hemp is not subject to 280E, which means you can take the deductions and exemptions like an ordinary business. Whereas marijuana or THC business, you cannot take those deductions or credits. The 2018 Farm Bill truly removes so many barriers to doing business in this industry. Not all, but many. You know, it does provide an opportunity now for us to have crop insurance, which was not an opportunity before. Many more banks are willing to do business with hemp farmers and those in the hemp industry. And ag is definitely jumping in fully. So that is the effect of the 2018 Farm Bill. What has been the impact? The impact in 2019 led to significant movements in several areas. So in terms of the FDA, there is still so much noise and change regarding regulation of hemp due primarily to safety. Should it be nutritional, pharmaceutical, both? What does that look like? CBD demand. This is also an aggressively moving target. And you see the sales that are really off the charts. The USDA is changing testing standards. You know, last year they enacted a testing standard that you had to be at 0.3% total THC or less. And that really forced a lot of companies to offload product, and many have gone out of business for testing above, or as we say, testing hot, above that 0.3% and not having an opportunity to sell their product. So there's a lot going on. That aside, the number of small growers in the industry has surged, driving down the median size of the hemp grow operation from 20 acres to now 10 acres. So those are coming in or really doing somewhere between 5 and 20 acres. And at the same time, existing hemp growers are expanding their operations. That explains why the average number of acres planted by surveyed hemp producers increased, going from 79 acres or 77 acres to 119 acres. That's an increase of 54%. This is because farmers just entering the hemp market recognize how experimental and risky the new crop is. So they keep median hemp average acres low, while growers who have moved out of that initial stage and have some degree of confidence have been able to scale up their operations quite dramatically. So all that said, global sales continue to move, with the US being about a third of that market. Now, these projections are conservative estimates based on current understanding and demand. The opportunity is much greater when you take into account the industrial advancements outside of CBD. CBD is currently, of course, what is hot right now, but look at advancements in the consumer space, the commercial market, and industrial applications. These estimates can be significant. So as you're giving thought to, do I want to go into industrial hemp production or CBD? Both are going to be on fire in terms of growth in the next 10 to 20 years as things continue to evolve. Now let's talk about that. So the products and industries affected by hemp will be incredibly huge. There will be consumer and industrial applications impacted. Think about how the internet transformed communication and data transfer. Hemp will change industrial and consumer products in the same way. The transformation will be significant in the next 15 to 30 years, and hemp will be seen as a viable raw product being transformed into many other products. So let's look at some of the applications. Biofuel. Did you know that for bioplastics, hemp only produces 1/3 of the waste and carbon footprint than any petrochemical processing for bioplastics? You got textiles, beer, alcohol, sunscreen, ropes, and fibers. Hemp strands are incredibly strong if you don't know. And based on and dependent on those manufacturing methods, they can be up to 200 times stronger than steel. That's amazing. You have car parts. Henry Ford built a hemp car in 1953. These products are lighter, cheaper, and stronger. You have paper, building materials, food and food additives, non-toxic ink. Again, there are more than 50,000 applications for hemp. So as you are home or in your office right now, look around. Anything made of plastic can be changed with hemp. Any textile can be transformed using hemp. So why move forward with hemp? The demand is here right now and will only continue to increase. You see it everywhere. You see it in your grocery stores. You see it in your pharmacies. You see it in advertisements, newspapers. It's the latest and greatest thing that is burrowing right through our times right now, as it is essential. So we've talked about the opportunity. Why start a hemp farm? All that said, it should be obvious that it may be good business sense to start it. Let's look at why commodity prices like corn and soy are dropping. Hemp uses half the water, and that's about 4 times the yields of biomass with little to no pesticides compared to traditional crops. So that can be a 4x production of crops per year. Now you have this 4x output, and you may also get multiple hemp crops per year. So if you're best, that could be up to 4 crops a year, which means you can be looking at a 16x output. Oklahoma, 2 to 3 crops a year. The East Coast, 1 to 2 crops, or at least Northeast, 1 to 2 crops a year. Another reason to convert to hemp is, again, crop insurance, which is becoming more available because there is now enough data around the yields and what reasonable payouts should be if your crop doesn't come out well. Demand is increasing with CBD and other products, as shared earlier. So demand increases, prices are going to rise. Of course, there will be a leveling. Market conditions will come into play. Supply and demand will play out. But at any rate, you are seeing a lot higher income per acre. Later, we're going to talk about why it makes sense to jump in now or in the next 6 to 12 months. With hemp, you now have access to banking, where with marijuana, you have to pay considerable on points. Considerable. Eventually, we believe the Safe Banking Act may help with this. There's also a smaller carbon footprint that we talked about earlier with less water. Most important is interstate commerce. You can grow hemp in states where land is cost effective. Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, anywhere in the southern states or central plains. Get land that's cheap and produce your hemp, then ship throughout the entire country. This will allow you to extend your reach to do business activities that make financial sense in the right spots. So you can do your cultivation and processing in the southern states and sell to a larger manufacturer anywhere. This is big business. So the opportunity is now to get in. Many of you may already have access to land right now. So you may be in better shape to get started. So let's talk a little about the ecosystem of hemp. I'm going to slow down here because I'm going to share, quite a bit of information. Likewise in hemp, some hemp varieties are cultivated for oilseed, some for food seed, some for fiber, and others for the resin component of the flowering heads. Many varieties are dual purpose or multi-purpose crops, which allow harvest of the seed, fiber, and then finally processing of the hemp biomass for CBD. In terms of your grow, are you prepared? If you're doing industrial hemp, when growing hemp for seed or fiber plants, they are grown close together, which encourages long, straight stems and abundant seed production. Male plants are desirable to maximize seed formation, and male plants are good for fibers as well. Plant spacing is often about 4 inches or less, resulting in dense stems of tall, straight plants looking almost like a crop of corn or sugarcane. CBD, when growing hemp for CBD, you need feminized seeds or clones with plant spacing of about 3 to 4 feet apart. Also, to plant your seeds or clones, do you have the equipment and the labor? Can you source the labor? And what about wage rate, water, storage? Capital requirements are a big question we're going to talk more about. Also, as you look to prep your land, you've got to prep the land, but also test your soil, right? As a component of prepping the land. As you look to harvest, machine or by hand, based on what you're growing, industrial, you can machine harvest. CBD, you want to harvest by hand to keep flowering heads clean. You know, it's more of a delicate process, which again will be intensive labor costs. And labor sourcing is definitely the key. So knowing those costs are absolutely critical. Drying and curing. Drying, as the name suggests, involves drying to a certain moisture level and is the most important step as it determines the ultimate product quality. Let that sink in. Drying typically occurs inside large ventilated barns or specialized drying chambers or equipment such as seed or tobacco drying units. Hemp plants are typically hung upside down, as you see displayed, as whole plants or large branches before the large stems are removed from the plants for further processing. Curing, on the other hand, involves storing your buds in closed containers over a period of at least 2 weeks. This helps develop the flavor and the aroma of the buds as they mature. Next, the question is, will you hold? If so, before you move forward, ask yourself the number one question: do you have a buyer? This is another area where business owners can go wrong and go bankrupt. Many farmers are currently sitting on 100,000 plus pounds of hemp because they don't have a buyer. We'll discuss more. In terms of processing or extraction, are you looking to be a full vertical operator to cultivate, extract, and do retail sale? Extraction is extremely expensive. However, it is the bottleneck in the supply chain process. If you have the capital, you can profit significantly. So, after hemp has been harvested, dried, and processed, it is ready to send to CBD processing facility to extract the oil from the flower or the biomass material. After initial extraction, CBD-rich oil is further refined. It produces a CBD distillate or isolate, which are then sold or processed into finished CBD medicines such as oil, tinctures, or capsules. Now, next step is packaging. Again, if you're looking to be full vertical and want to package and sell your own product, depending on the product form, you're putting flour in a bag, oil for tincture, gummies in a container, cream in a jar. You can also be a retailer and have a third party package it for you. Products you need to decide on your market. I'm gonna say it again, products. You need to decide on your market. How will you distribute your products? E-commerce, B2B, retail store. Caution is to be wary of inventory levels. Have a solid plan to sell through. Planning and knowing your market is key. This is how many companies. So why did PG decide to grow hemp? We had to first ask ourselves the purpose. We were doing this to grow in this space so that consumers can have and receive the medicinal benefits of health of hemp. Also, the barriers to entry, they're just much more lower to start up on the hemp side versus on the marijuana side, which we talked about earlier when I introduced PG. And then opportunity. You know, it's significant as you look at hemp as a whole. You know, we talked about that earlier. You can get into industrial, textiles, medicinal applications, as we talked about earlier. Those are all great things and great reasons to get into the hemp business. Now, here is a picture, a couple pictures of our farms. This is our hemp farm in South Carolina. You see on the far left where we prepped the land, got it ready, tarped it to get ready to punch holes in and plant our clones. Here we got about 2 months plus of growth of our feminized clones, and 4 strains were actually planted. So again, we've got some of the clones that you can see up in the far left there that are being planted to the next to that to the left, but also there was an issue with that plant, which is the reason we took that picture. You know, you also see our fertilizer and watering, water metering system, our team. You see some of our team, not all of our team, and some of our farmers that are included in there, and you know, some equipment as well. And then the vastness of the land, as we've got 25 acres on that particular farm. Now, we talked about the farming, what it takes to go through the eco system of hemp. Now, before we do any of that, especially if we're going to look to cultivate or grow hemp, we need to get the license. So let's talk about it. There are 2 types of hemp licenses. There's a license to cultivate or grow, where you can farm the land by planting seeds or clones. PG chose several strains for various reasons, and we also did clone planting because we wanted everything to be feminized. Or you could also license to do seed propagation or seed breeding, which means breed certain seeds and strains. Very attractive because you can create IP around this or intellectual property around this. Last year, Charlotte's Web Holdings was able to secure the first American patent for a hemp plant that is resistant to cold with capabilities of producing up to 6.24% CBD and only 0.7% THC. That's pretty incredible. So when you create a bank of intellectual property, you can license this out to the masses of farmers, have them use your strains and seeds, and you benefit from that. So it's not just the product, it's also the IP behind the seeds is how you can benefit as a hemp producer or a seed breeder. So let's take a look at the licensing process. Now, very simply, the application process in itself are normally issued through the state Department of Agriculture. Not always, but normally through the Department of Agriculture. For the application, basic stuff, name, address, legal description, GPS coordinates and map, land areas, the purpose, the list of approved seed cultivars or the cultivated variety that you'll be growing, and which is critical. And then you need to understand that there's a couple nuances that you got to watch out for. And then of course there's registration fees. But you know, if you look at a medicinal marijuana license that you're looking to get into, it may cost you a couple $100,000 to actually apply. Here you've got a registration fee of about $900 to $1,500 a year. Now, these are some of the other considerations, but this is what you need to pay attention to. You know, those list of cultivars I just talked about, they are must-dos, and this is what you must grow. Any additional strains you're going to need pre-approval for before you actually plant them. The Google map of the location. Once you receive the license, the report requirements can be significant. In New Jersey, you've got a pre-planting report you got to do within 5 days prior to the first day of planting. You got a planting report due 10 days after planting. You have a transfer of, or a chain of custody report, which is due for movement of in-program hemp. You have a harvest disposal report form. 30 days before you have to destroy any failed crop. You have a production report form that's due in December, and then other forms that are necessary through the NJDA or the Department of Agriculture. Significant. So you need to know what your requirements are within your state. Now, once you have received your license and completing all the required reports, let's look at testing. We talked a little earlier about testing, how critical it is to make certain that you're at 0.3% or less as it relates to THC. But you got to have a collection of samples. It's a must that the Department of Ag requires by law. You have to have a sample volume, and you have to make certain that you are handling those samples specific to those requirements, to the requirements. So what will you get back is a COA, or a certificate of analysis, which is a document issued by an accredited lab that includes a full composition of a product. For CBD, a certificate of analysis should include a total list of cannabinoids, microbiological levels, terpenes, and possible contaminants such as pesticides, solvent residue, or heavy metals. This is essential because this is exactly what's happening on the market today. It's challenging to determine whether it's good or bad product that you're looking at. The lack of specific industry standards generates incorrect labeling of products and half knowledge, and just the prospective buyer has no idea what they're looking at. Such a problem affects product quality and deceives the customer about what they are really paying for, right? So labeling alone is not enough. Nowadays, customers don't pay attention to product content. This is why there is a great reason for COAs, and that they're must-haves for reliable law-abiding CBD manufacturers. So get intimately familiar, because this is where consumer safety is going to come into play with your through that certificate of analysis. And not for anything, that's on the consumer side. On the grower side, this is how the grower is paid. They are paid based on your percent CBD and making certain you are compliant by being less than 0.3% THC. Keep that in mind. So what if you exceed the testing limits, the THC requirements of being 0.3% or less? If you're under that, you're great to go. If not, there are some requirements where you can retest. There's a period of time around that. But what it comes down to, if you don't meet that, you're supposed to destroy that crop. That's pretty incredible to think that you might plant 5, 10, 50 acres and they test hot and you have to destroy that. So seed genetics are a large part of mitigating your risk, because you have to make sure your CBD to THC ratio is in line to make certain that you can get the highest percentage of CBD and come in below that 0.3%, so that your product can be compliant and sold with great yields to go along with it. So these are critical slides. I just want to pause on them to make sure you're taking that in. So we've talked about why we should start a farm, which in large part is due to the 2018 Farm Bill, which lowered the barriers to entry. We then talked about what it takes to apply for a license, along with testing compliance requirements. Now let's discuss the business. The focus regarding financials rests with yields and capital requirements. So if you look at yields, you can get about 1 to 1.5 tons of biomass per acre. And then in terms of hemp dollars per acre, Gross revenue around 20 to 100,000 per acre. The lower end if you're harvesting and sending to a processor, and you're at the higher end if processing yourself. Now, if you compare that to alfalfa or corn, you're looking at a 20 times differential in gross revenue. In terms of capital outlay, this can be somewhat significant. Not nearly what it is on the marijuana side, but it can be significant based on the size of the farm, the equipment you need, and the equipment that you already have, which you may already have a lot of equipment that you need to have available. And then in terms of labor costs, the question then comes down to land. Do you buy it or, and pay up front, or get a USDA loan, or lease it and cultivate on that land? Now, I'm going to slow down for a second because I want to talk about in-house versus outsourced farming. Maybe you have the land, but you don't want to hire the people, buy the equipment, be the farmer. You can outsource the farming and lease out your land for a split of the profits, which will allow for a higher quality of crop. It's a growing trend to have master growers who will come out to your place. They will do the cultivation for a split of the profits. For PG, we have joint ventures that we do with farmers or owners of farmland, and we have customizable solutions based on the state and the landowner. What I'm showing here is our farm management support, which has been great. This is what we are responsible for. And this has been a great partnership where we have farmers who own the land, and we also have contract farmers for land that we lease. Now, I'm giving you a nice laundry list of some of the capital requirements and expenses for the most part. You've got the application process. The exec payroll basically is the farmer. Labor costs that you have. Payroll burden, some taxes need to be paid as well. Materials. You've got, are you planting clones or seed? Fertilizer, enzymes, calcium, insect repellent, water, testing. In terms of equipment, do you have the well for the water? What's the drip line per acre that's needed? Planters, harvesters. I forgot to put tarps on there. As you see those white tarps that go down each row. A mower to mow. There's a tremendous amount of grass that grows up around it because, of course, you're fertilizing. A drone to really look at and assess the growth, the health of it. Are there pesticides? Is there mold forming? A sprayer, storage, the drying and curing process, right? And then land. And then last but not least, insurance. That can be pretty significant. Again, much less significant than if you were to be doing marijuana, but however, significant nonetheless. Now, all of that we talked about and all those cautionary moments I shared with you, let's talk about profitability and what it takes to be profitable with this crop. The first thing you want to look at is skill level and yields. Are you good at hemp farming? Do you have a great hemp farmer? Do you have the right equipment? In terms of seed strain, you watch for a percent of, the high percent of THC. We don't want to end up having to destroy our crop, or selecting the right genetics is going down the right path. In terms of soil content and composition, is it sandy? Is it clay? Certain breeds do better in either, rarely both. Input costs, water, nutrients, labor, water. Pay for city water, get natural precipitation, what's actually happening there? What are the labor costs in your area that you're going to be farming? The nutrients, are you outsourcing? Pest management, are you doing this in-house again, or are you outsourcing? What equipment is required? Weather, is there a lot of rainfall? Do you irrigate? In terms of sun, are you growing also in a greenhouse? Do you have an electric bill? Do you add some lighting in that? Economies of scale. Here, as you get bigger, you are more profitable because those sunk costs or fixed costs are amortized over more acres, which makes you more profitable per acre, right? So the bigger the farm, the better. You've got one tractor, whether it's for 5 acres or 50 acres, right? Um, Supply and demand of the crop. Look at the macroeconomics. You're going to see a parabolic growth over the next 12 to 24 months, which just means significant. And that's going to be, unfortunately, with a lot of subpar product coming from farms, because there are a lot of new farmers entering the market with hemp, and knowledge is not quite there. So there is still opportunity with that understanding. Keep that in mind. So are you going to process yourself or sell to a third party? How vertically integrated are you? Do you want to be? If you ship out your biomass, that is less money per acre. Whereas if you process yourself, you will be on that higher end of being more fully integrated and maybe even making your own products like textiles or CBD products. And then there are those master grow fees. You don't have to be the farmer again. They can teach you how to grow or lease the land from you. If they lease the land from you, you get the tax benefits. If they teach you how to grow, you can do a profit split or crop split. So, those are all opportunities that you have. And then there's pre-selling versus sell on the harvest. Again, a slow down moment. There are tons of Fortune 500 companies waiting on the sidelines to have orders filled, getting into this business and moving to the next step. There are car companies making hemp side panels, food producers. So you can jump in now. In terms of pre-selling, you sell basically with a little discount because it is guaranteed money. This is what PG did actually this year, which was great for us because there was actually a glut of CBD on the market or surplus. And many farmers are still sitting on their inventory. It's going to move, but it might take a little bit. You can also, though, decide to sell at harvest and demand a little more because, that's when you have opportunity to test your product, know where you're at on percent CBD, look at your COA, and if you get a better product, you get, better price. So, but these are some of the key factors when determining your profitability. Some key takeaways. If you are seriously considering getting into the hemp business, know that there was a glut of CBD this year, but that will level out and demand will continue to increase. Businesses are always looking for better, lighter, cheaper, faster, and better materials, and hemp is filling the void. Petrol and coal are not all the way out, but over the next 20 to 30 years, there's going to be a major shift towards hemp. There's also less scrutiny with hemp. Interstate commerce is allowed. It's not subjected to 280E. PG is very excited about this because we're going to be expanding to 4 states next year. We now are in 2 states where we grow, but look at the fact that also you can look at licenses and you can have 2. You can grow or do seed breeding, where you can create an IP with different strains that work in different areas for different applications. PG is actually considering that next year. Remember, for those of you who are current farmers, hemp is incredibly more profitable than corn, alfalfa, cotton, wheat. So it makes sense to explore as an option. You can even do a rotational crop of hemp or convert your farms fully over to hemp to increase your margins, not by 15 to 20%, by about 10x on your return. Leave you with that. What are PG's key learnings? In terms of the key lessons, everything shared today requires attention, but more important, it's achievable. where is PG now? Again, as I shared, we are going to be expanding to 4 states next year, and we're going to continue to aggressively move forward with hemp with a full vertical integration strategy over the next 18 to 24 months. We're developing a CBD beverage that we're going to launch next year. We're pursuing a joint venture on a lab for processing, and the sky is the limit. So we are pushing forward, and we're pushing forward now. In terms of resources, I'm sharing this with you because I just want you guys to understand that each one of these resources has had a positive impact on our business. So we encourage you to get connected. Dial into the various organizations that you feel comfortable with, and that can really be substantial resources for you in helping you to navigate this industry and become profitable and grow within it. Here are some opportunities for educational tools in terms of self-study or certification programs. They're mainly around cannabis as a whole. Some are hemp, but some of them are on the marijuana side as well. So I just want to give you a heads up of what they are. On the Jersey side, here's a few more that are specific to New Jersey or online as well. So, there's some programs for you to take advantage of. And that concludes the Jumping Into the Hemp Business Workshop. I hope you have learned a few things to help you find your path forward. I leave you with my favorite quote from Nelson Mandela: "It always seems impossible until it is done." Now, please, if there are additional questions, reach out to Sharon and make certain that she gets a hold of those. And then I will look to respond to them within the next 7 days from when I receive them. I shared how, people on the margins, just going back to that event, accomplished great things with significant limitations. And it's just meaningful for me, and I just want to make sure I go back to it. Some of us are people on the margins. I am a person on the margins. However, in spite of many limitations, I am moving forward in this business. So I will leave you with another of my favorite quotes, and it's from Arthur Ashe, who says, "Start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can, because this business is absolutely within your reach." So jump in. I thank you guys for your time today, for attending and participating in the Jumping Into the Hemp Business Workshop. If you have additional questions, you can reach out to myself with Faye Coleman at puregenesis.us. You see my number there as well, or you can reach out to my partner, Priscilla Wynn, at puregenesis.us. Take care, everybody. Thank you so much for your time.
Bismillah, Rahman, Ar-Rahim. Greetings and peace. I hope everyone is well and in good health during these times. Before I get into anything, I want to give thanks and praise to my ancestors for their sacrifices and their contributions. Because surely I stand on the shoulders of giants, and I am because they are. This is Brother Johanna L. Another shout out to DACO and Black Cannabis Week for creating this platform. So vitally important that we are prepared educationally to step into the growth, the continued growth of our cannabis industry. And that's kind of what I'm discussing today is an education to industry pipeline, right? An education to industry pipeline. So a quick primer about myself before we get into this any further. I'm a 22-year cannabis veteran. I've worked in cannabis now for, share my video, y'all can see your brother. Yeah, I've worked in cannabis now for 22 years. Originally within the legacy market. I've worked everywhere from cultivation to distribution, product creation, brand development, brand sales. If I didn't mention distribution, so I have time in and have used cannabis as a means of lifestyle supplementation since my teen years. Fast forward in a post-legislative framework, I've been able to procure employment within 3 states. I worked in Washington, the state of California, where I was also an entrepreneur, and currently I'm based in Las Vegas, Nevada, as a director of sales for a multi-state operator in MSO. So at this point, I have a lot of what I consider to be experience and insights, particularly as a Black man who is culturally focused and centered, as well as a professional. So we don't have much time. This is a pre-recorded webinar, so I want to get into what I call education to industry and discuss some things with y'all. So why education to industry? If you ever heard of the school to prison pipeline, right? What is the school to prison pipeline? Why does it exist? What's its purpose? Whom does it affect? We can answer these questions, and it is a twin to the inclusion movement and the equity movement in cannabis. The school to prison pipeline is tantamount to, wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's go through the overview. So we're going to cover the school to prison pipeline, job creation in cannabis, touch on some science in cannabis. I love the science of cannabis. Touch on compliance in cannabis, and then some quick tips to work in this fabulous industry. So school to prison pipeline, what is it? It's the disproportionate tendency for minors and young adults, particularly from disadvantaged backgrounds, to become incarcerated and over-policed due to harsh school and municipal policies. Again, this is tantamount and correlates directly to the disproportionate effects of those that have been targeted by the war on drugs. That's us. It's Black and brown. Every city you want to go in. Philadelphia, Detroit, Chicago, DC, Baltimore, Tallahassee, Florida, Compton, Los Angeles, Oakland, the town. There's the school to prison pipeline has literally been a segue, a track, a conveyor belt for those who are undereducated, miseducated, but at the same time seeking opportunities, entrepreneurial opportunities with cannabis and other illicit markets that end us up in jail. So I'm talking about this, and I don't want to spend any much more time, but I do want to emphasize and impress upon you as the viewer that this is where it starts. And to upset the school to prison pipeline, creating an education to industry pipeline is a possible answer. So the school to prison pipeline, what do we get? The lack of educational equity. The science class, the chemistry class that I took at Benjamin Franklin High School in North Philadelphia was not the chemistry class that some of my peers in cannabis took. The absence of educational tracks that lead to higher learning or earning capacities. That's not present in a lot of inner city schools. Also, what do we find? We find that we have access to illicit markets as a means of money creation and lifestyle supplementation when we're in these areas. And obviously, we're over-policed in both schools and our neighborhoods. The school-to-prison pipeline has to be upset with an education to industry pipeline. Because if we look at the statistics here, this is from the Department of Labor, we'll see that legal cannabis work is projected to grow by 250% in the next 8 years, right? It's already close to 300,000 jobs, over 250,000 jobs in legal cannabis across the US now. So there is help wanted and help needed, What I find interesting, and according to the data, particularly the data firm New Frontier, a majority of these jobs in the field will pay relatively low wages and require very little skill. So I talk to many people often, especially those that become aware that I'm in the cannabis space, and they ask me like, oh, well, how do I get started? I want to start a brand, I want to start my own dispensary. And those certainly are the top tier objectives, the top line objectives. Ownership. However, taking the path towards employment is rewarding in the forms of experience, learning the game, learning the product, learning the industry, and really developing what you want to give to our industry. So these entry-level positions like a bud trimmer, like a trimmer of cannabis, the plant, a bud tender, which is essentially a retail position for where you will be selling cannabis in store, and other entry-level positions in the space only pay about $10 to $12. This is why, again, I want to put this emphasis on education to industry, because to access the higher paying positions, we're going to need to bring more value to the marketplace as Black and brown people. Essentially, it takes about an hour to train someone how to trim cannabis. And once you train that person, they literally are just doing that position. So bud tenders, again, easily replaceable. I work in where I have relationships with dispensary managers and owners, and I see that some of these companies are experiencing 30 to 35% turnover with bud tenders, because many people get there, younger folks particularly, and they think it's all about coming to work high and slinging weed. And no, these are professional environments and require a higher pedigree and knowledge base when servicing end users and customers. So where is the bag? If you want to work in cannabis, you may have your ideas on how you can benefit financially, like, with the money, which is the enticer. But from an employment standpoint, we know that the higher paying positions require a higher level of skill. And what are those positions and what are the skills required? So cannabis does need skilled professionals. In the world of compliance, we need metric and compliance professionals. Metric is a nationwide seed to shelf, not only point of sale system, but a compliance system for the state's Department of Taxation boards and compliant boards for cannabis. So if you live in Colorado, Michigan, in Massachusetts, in California, in Nevada, Washington. These are a requirement to work in a legal cannabis company. And compliance is a major issue that companies deal with on a regular basis. Where can you find education for compliance? Look it up. There are institutions, educational institutions that are developing, particularly around statewide legislative compliance. So if you're in New Jersey, for example, find out what your compliance board is doing. Find out what the legislative mandates are, what the statutes are that govern cannabis, and start reading. As far as administration, jump the slide. As far as administration, there are opportunities in HR, accounting, SOP, which is standard operating procedures, development and creation. There's always a huge need for marketing, writers, content creators. And one of my favorite is in the science, laboratory, and culture and agriculture aspects of cannabis. And obviously there's dispensary and retail leadership. I want to talk a little bit while I'm here on science and laboratory skills. These positions, bottom line, they require science, engineering, educational foundation, right? So whether you're in the farm, the lab, or the kitchen, you're going to need some science and mathematics. Formulators need to understand mathematics. So if you even have an idea of product creation, understanding the measurements and the requirements of what your state can require for THC content and being able to formulate a product that has efficacy as well as is compliant to your state. All of it is chemistry. I know in the company I currently work for, there's a young guy that's 25 years old that took 2 years of botanical science, didn't even finish his degree, and is making 65 grand as an extractor. So these are some of the positions that are available that require, again, science, math, and chemistry background. The reason I even entitled this piece, Education to the Industry, is because of my time and tenure in the Philadelphia School District, working with auxiliary programs. I found that, like, yo, that's where we suffer the most. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have adopted a psychology that we're not good in math and science, and that it's layered on why we've adopted that psychology. But the reality is that we got to break these myths and start encouraging some of our young people and showing them the opportunities that exist within cannabis, within this product, that are math, science, and law related. Move along. So here goes some of the estimated salary ranges for current cannabis jobs, going back to what I was just saying. So as a cultivation tech, you know what I mean, like working with the plants directly, I've seen salaries that hover roughly around like $12 to $13 an hour. And that's from Nevada to Washington to California. Typically, California will pay a little bit more, but with the rate of implementation of technology, some of those positions are being replaced. You know what I mean? Like, there's machinery, there's programs that will put nitrogen into a room, and you simply just need a computer engineer that can maintain 30,000 square feet of grow space, just one person. Electronic irrigation systems that measure the amount of water and nutrients that are going to plants. Obviously, as someone who's close to cultivation, that takes the human aspect and the relationship of the energy to the plant. It takes that out of the product, out of the equation. But when it comes to efficiency and market scalability and growth, it's all about the technology and the systems that'll be in place that will literally remove jobs from the cultivation plate. Here's a similar analogy. Now you go to the grocery store, and there used to be tellers that would check out your groceries, and you would talk to this person. But more and more, we're seeing automated checkouts, where it's one person watching 6 to 8 registers and dealing with that customer. So that's 7 or 8 jobs that have been eliminated because of the technology. So I always warn my cultivation techs, you know what I mean? Like, hey, yo, watch yourself and be adept and constantly learn, be a lifelong learner when it comes to the cultivation and the technology around the cultivation. Bud tender typically pays $12 to $15 an hour. Trimmer, $10 to $12 an hour. And again, these positions, I can see in the very near future with scalability will be replaced with digital kiosks, with automated service, digital automated services and delivery. You know what I mean? So we have to be on edge. This is why, again, this education to industry piece, I'm really pushing. Be on your science, be on your engineering, be on the computer aspects of things. The things that, and the aspects of this industry that can't be replaced. As far as dispensary managers, again, a low paying job, $40,000 a year. As someone who has existed in the legacy market and the illicit market and could make, a decent sizable income, I have no there's no desire for me to go work as a dispensary staff member. You know what I mean? When I could, do what I did on the side. This again is problematic because for those of us who have that mindset entrepreneurially, we may not want to venture into these type of positions because they are lower or medium paying. I'm getting off topic, but let's get back to and move on rather to some more industry jobs. So cannabis industry jobs, you could do entry level. We just spoke about both trimmers, bud tenders, resale tails, and security. Every dispensary I've ever been at, typically this is where I find Black and brown people at this level. Every organization I work with, this is typically where I find my folks, security, trimming, budding, and bud tending. At retail level, we have positions like inventory management, budgeting. There's buyers, people, those of whom that are responsible for selecting and purchasing products and goods from manufacturers. There's sales reps that may work for those vendors and manufacturers. There's marketing professionals and obviously digital needs, like what you see, whether it be marketing or content creation, etc. At a management level, general managers, facility operators, and sales leadership. Science, you have laboratory extractors, laboratory work extractors, formulators, and equipment maintenance. For example, to understand the difference between ethanol and hydrocarbon extraction is a critical piece that many don't even understand. We typically don't understand it because we're not privy to that it exists. We don't know ethanol, hydrocarbon extraction. We don't know cold winterization of oil when it comes to these vape cartridges or what that entails. We don't understand short path or long path distillation because we're just not privy or exposed to this. And some of these things, again, are what you might experience in a high school chemistry classroom, like the real basic functions of high school level chemistry. And that's why education is vitally and critically important. Awareness is vitally and critically important. Law and compliance. Metric compliance and legislation is going to be a huge piece as more states come on, Jersey, Pennsylvania, you know what I mean? All the medical markets that will be maturing into recreational markets. It's critical that we are encouraging each other to participate in those degrees. You know, here goes some quick tips about the cannabis industry that I, one, learn cannabis and learn the cannabis industry. You know, for the adult professional that might be 45 years old, and found that your position or wherever you currently work is drying up, right? And you're looking for how to get involved with cannabis. Learn cannabis. Read as much as you can. You've got to be a lifelong learner. Learn the cannabis industry. That's my number one. Do some reading, personal, like explore, do some Googling, right? Join networks, organizations, attend conferences, and network personally. I know what the work that DACO has done, and Minorities for Medical Marijuana, the MCBA, all of these other organizations. Get involved as much as you possibly can. Learn as much as you possibly can. Connect as much as you possibly can. Leverage your current skill set is my number three. If you have a sales background, professional, you have an accounting background, what do you do currently that can be projected through the lens of cannabis to create value in the marketplace? That's really what it boils down to, you know. And if you don't have a current skill set, my number four is go to school, study, get certified in a particular area, in a particular niche. Learn, get exposed to whether it's the science of it, the chemistry of it, the management of it, the procurement, supply chain. Learn as much as you possibly can. You can Google whatever it is you're interested in cannabis, and I'm sure there's something there that will ping back to you that you can look in and find some details and go down that rabbit hole, go deep, and then take action. And a fifth point, if you're seeking employment, is use the employment. Oh man, a lot of things. And critically important. Law and compliance. Metric compliance and legislation is going to be a huge piece as more states come on board. New Jersey, Pennsylvania, you know what I mean? All the medical, you know, there's banks, there's all of these cannabis job recruiters that are popping up. Get in contact with them and find a way to get yourself noticed and recognized. But again, I think these previous four and this fifth certainly work. Now, obviously, when it comes to earnings potential, the best way to get paid is with job creation. And that includes entrepreneurship and business development. If you have an entrepreneurial spirit, and it's not for the faint of heart, a lot of people talk about entrepreneurialism, but aren't prepared to pay the price that comes with it. You know, that may not be everyone's path, you know, but I certainly encourage it. And I encourage each and every one of you to take these few tidbits of knowledge, extract what you can, find value where you can. And if you are interested, you can get with me at some time in the future and you can contact me. This is a direct line to one of my cell phones. You got my email and you can find me on Instagram. Contact me. And I wish you all the best of health and wellness. And I pray that you find your way. So this is Brother Johanna signing off. Again, I appreciate DACO for the opportunity. I put this thing together pretty quickly. So don't judge, you know what I mean? And enjoy. Thank you for the platform. Peace.
Cannabis, race, caste, conquest of the West. Thank you, Black Cannabis Week. One of the concluding lectures and presentations. I've been doing this over the past few years of the history of cannabis, and it has evolved to this point. So in Black Cannabis Week, as we look at the future of cannabis and reimagining it, let us take a look at when cannabis was king in the making of America. Cannabis, we all know it for food, clothing, shelter, transportation, medicine, fuel, sacraments. Race. Race is a man-made construct developed by European thought leaders of the day to place white on top and black on the bottom. So race equates to a caste system. Conquest, the colonization of the West. So how could you do this? Well, there was a papal mandate. In 1493, the Pope asserts the rights to colonize, convert, and enslave all non-European Christian people. In essence, what the Pope did of that particular period is that he cut the world in half from north to south. From Brazil east was the domain of Portugal, to the west was the domain of Spain. And this is the world, and you can see these tiny, almost tiny European countries invaded the southern hemisphere and annexed the western hemisphere. Couldn't have happened without hemp. You see this boat here, the tall ships, the clipper ships, the galleons, on average took 80 tons of hemp to launch. And that equates to about 350 acres of cultivated hemp. Now, this was for the sails, the mast, the riggings, the rope, as well as any type of fuel the captain would need for light, as well as survival food for the crew, the enslaved, and animals. And who was the first colonizer? 1492, sailed the ocean blue, the Pinta, the Nina, the Santa Marina. How it goes, what we were taught in elementary school. Now, when we look at cannabis in the propaganda, we wonder where it started. Well, the propaganda of the Americas in the discovery of America started with Christopher Columbus. And you can see he does not have a very impressive resume. So this is where it all started. He was the first conquistador, and then we go on to the other conquistadors that brought disease, murder, and mayhem to the Americas. And what you have to understand is that the indigenous people only had about 10% land use. The European colonizers in Europe were up to about 23% land use. So coming to America, the colonizers wiped out 90% of the indigenous population. And unfortunately, it couldn't have happened without hemp. Then we go on to Jamestown, Virginia, in North America. Jamestown settlers brought cannabis plants, commonly known as hemp, to North America in 1611. And throughout the colonial period, hemp fiber was an important export. Indeed, in 1762, Virginia awarded bounties for hemp culture and manufacture and imposed penalties on those who did not produce it. And 1619 enslaved Africans were brought to the Virginia colony to work for free. 1776, the birth of America, and you see Betsy Ross with the stars and bars, and this first American flag was made of hemp. You have George Washington in the background, a hemp farmer, as well as Thomas Jefferson, a hemp farmer, as well as a famous cannabis cultivar for his strains of Cannabis Americana. Very important to the foundation of this country. And then we have some women here, reenactors of hemp breaking and combing, reenactors. Then we have the Conestoga wagon. So we saw the ships, the tall ships, the trading ships would eventually become slave as well as warships. This was the Conestoga wagon, developed in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. This wagon could take up to 2,000-pound payload. So you can imagine the supplies and people as well as weapons. You can get a whole cannon on this. So what this makes this unique is the whole top, the covering, is made of canvas, a hemp fiber canvas with a black soil sealant that made it waterproof. So as the ships sailed the ocean, these wagons went through the interior of the United States, conquesting all the lands from the indigenous inhabitants. And the first stop was Kentucky. Kentucky, ground zero for cannabis cultivation in the United States. And at this time, I would like to read directly from some references of the day. The first one is Reign of Law, The Tale of Kentucky Hemp Fields by James Allen. And I'm going to read several sections of it. I am going to read from the dialects in the sentence structure of that day, as well as the language. So some of that might be a little hard to understand and then somewhat shocking. Hemp in Kentucky in 1782. Early landmark in history of soil, of the people, cultivated first for the needs of cabin and clearing solely, for twine and rope, towel and table, sheet and shirt. By and by, not for cabin and clearing only, not for tow homespun fur-clad Kentucky alone. To the north had begun building ships, American ships, for American commerce, for American arms, for a nation which nature herself had distinguished as a seafaring race. To the south had become the raising of cotton. As the great period of shipbuilding went on, the greatest during the 20 years or more, ending in 1860. So that in response to this double demand of the American ship and hemp on the southern plantation, at the close of that period of national history on the land and sea, for those few counties in the year of 1859 were taken well nigh 40,000 tons of cleared and cleaned hemp bast. So you can see there was quite a demand. And then I'm going to read another passage from this particular book. 100 days a lift of those teeny seeds, these powerful stalks, hollow, hairy, covered with tough fiber, that strength of cable, when the big ships were tugged at and joined by the fury of the wind and ocean. And now, some mornings, at the corner of the field stands a black man with hooks and whetstones. The hook, a clean straight blade, bent at the right angles to the handle, 2 feet from the hand. Let these men be the strongest. No weaklings can handle the hemp from seed to seed again. Our hearts, the doors, and the walls of which are in perfect order, through which flows freely the full stream of a healthy man, red blood, lungs deep, clear, easily filled, easily empty, a body that can bend and twist and straighten again in a ceaselessly rhythmically moment with limbs tirelessly, the very spirit of primal man conquering primal nature. And then I'm going to go to this a different reference here. And this one is from James Hopkins. And this is the history of hemp industry in Kentucky. Without hemp, slavery might not have flourished in Kentucky. On the other hand, since hemp does not require as much attention as given as cotton, the number of Negroes in Kentucky farm are usually far less necessary than on a cotton farm of the same comparable size. Consequently, owing a high birth rate, the slaves increased faster than what were needed. Sale of surplus blacks to the lower South brought welcome revenue to Kentucky and led to unwelcome charge that people in the state had engaged in breeding Negroes for market. Kentuckians sometimes refer to hemp as the nigger crop, owing to a belief that no one understood the intricacies as well as the expert to handle the hemp as the Negro. The Lexian newspaper stated in 1836, it was almost impossible to hire workmen to break a crop of hemp because the work was so very dirty and laborious. And scarcely any white man would work at it. And he continued by saying that the task was done entirely by slave labor. Among the slaves, the men held a monopoly. And of all tasks connected with the production of the fiber, because in the words of the observer, Negro women cannot labor at hemp at all and are scarcely worth anything. So these attitudes of the hemp farmers, and you can see the role that forced labor played in this very labor-intensive trade. You had to be a brother of some strength and veracity, and you can see in the descriptions from the authors of just the athleticism. It took day in and day out working in the hemp fields. This is the root, this is the beginning of America's fortune. What the fossil fuel and the computer chip are today for industry and transportation, hemp was for the age of colonization. There could not have been any Western expansion without hemp. We go back to that saying, it couldn't happen without hemp. However, we move into the industrial age and the use of fossil fuel, and hemp was not needed as much. And we come to this period. Post-Civil War, this hemp noose is a symbol of a failed reconstruction and state-sponsored and sanctioned terrorism that moved us out of the South to the North and the Great Migration, the largest migration of people within one landmass of a country. So we were out of there. And this is what hemp became. Hemp got lumped together with all of the other cannabis products, and it was cheaper in the age of industry to buy hemp from the Philippines or Russia. With the advent of antibiotics and other types of drugs, the medicinal cannabis that was a very popular over-the-counter drug was deemed illegal, and we were deemed illegal, and this is where we are today, and more propaganda. However, what could have been? What could have been? Hemp can be used as a biofuel. George Washington Carver and Henry Ford shared the same biofuel vision. What if we came together, all of the family, the human family of the United States, and used hemp for our collective benefit? In the state this country is today, from an ecological standpoint, how much hemp would it take to heal us, to heal all the race families? We at DACO and Black Cannabis Week want to put this out here. Now it's time to heal the human family with hemp. Thanks to All Together Now. We had a great hemp creek making session last Thursday, which just showed you the potential of people of various communities coming together to use hemp fiber and cord to make building blocks for a new America. As we move into this hemp history, let us not forget our forefathers and our foremothers and our parents and our ancestors that made this country great with cannabis. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Black Cannabis Week again. I'm Bill Cobb. I'm a resident of the city of Philadelphia. I'm an activist, particularly in cannabis spaces. I serve time in Pennsylvania's jails and prisons. Today, I do political work. I do grassroots organizing. And today, I'm serving just to have a conversation with a leader in the space, an innovator and a pioneer. And so this is much going to be a conversation. It's going to be free-flowing, full of love, full of information. And I'm extremely excited to do this. The individual that is joining us today is someone that I only recently became aware of. He is a brother who has been innovating in cannabis for decades. Here in the city of Philadelphia, we are working to not be excluded from the cannabis space. I think many of you, particularly if you joined in this week, if you participated in other panels, you know that so few of us have ownership, opportunity, and certainly power. So I'm going to stop talking for a moment, and I'm going to ask our guests to actually form a format where we can get a great deal of information, a great deal of insight. He is prepared. He's indicated that he is well rested and he is very hydrated. And it's required because I am delighted to share the space and to just talk and to learn and to listen. And then also to be able to get insight as to what we need to do here in Philadelphia and what other leaders in the cannabis space, what Black people as a collective and individuals need to do socially, politically, economically, in order to own cannabis in this country. So I'm going to allow him to take 5 minutes to introduce himself, and then I'm just going to begin asking questions.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a pleasure, always an honor to sit before a group of brothers and sisters who are definitely interested in coming into this space. My name is Virgil Grant. I am an owner-operator in the city of Los Angeles, California. Been owning and operating for, I would say, almost 23 years in the cannabis space. I also predate legalization. It's important to say that because people think that.
Well, Virgil, you know what? I'm going to ask you about your past, your present, and then your future. Okay. So say a little bit more without giving too many people a glimpse.
Okay, right on. So been in the cannabis space 23 years. I am an activist in the cannabis space, a Black activist. I am a owner operator. I'm also a policy writer and one of the leaders in the cannabis industry in California.
So thank you for that. So quite frequently we say that Black people or the Black, the Black diaspora, we have less than 1% ownership in the cannabis industry. You that 1%, huh? Or we're talking about you during that time.
Absolutely, and it's unfortunate that our statistics are grim, and that we can even recite those statistics. We should be able to say that we have a lot more share and stake within the cannabis industry, which we have, but it hasn't been duly noted. If you look at where all of the distribution is done, and I don't care what state you go in, it's done in the Black community, Black and brown community. So you have to understand that we are really and originally over 85 to 90% of the cannabis industry, but it's not duly noted that we are.
Thank you for that, because that is exactly how I want to frame the balance of this conversation. I want to talk to you a little bit about where we are in Pennsylvania and in the city of Philadelphia. And then I'm going to ask you to talk about your past. As you indicated, you predate cannabis. And so we'll talk about your past, and then I'm going to have you talk about what you're presently doing, and then I'm going to have you talk about what you're building, so what the future is. And then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about our past, our present, and then we're going to lean upon you to give us insight into how we can drive those same solutions and become a part of a collaborative in order to grow. So currently what's happened is that a couple of years ago, we legalized medical cannabis in Pennsylvania. The legislation prevented people living with arrest and convictions from participating in the industry. So meaning that if you serve time in jails and prisons for any offenses, you could not do anything other than consult. Today, I have a criminal history that's 20-something odd years, and I'm a consultant in the cannabis space. We were on the ground fighting against the legislation, telling legislators, we know what this game is, don't exclude us, the industry's built on our backs, has been. Today, there are a number of dispensaries operating and functioning in the city of Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. They're generating millions of dollars. It's missing us. And there's currently a push to quickly legalize adult usage marijuana. That push is not connected to the community. That push is coming from lobbyists that work with other cannabis and cannabis owners and operators who are connected to politicians, and we hope to have a seat at the table to possibly get a portion of what we need. And so that's our current state. So meeting you and finding out that you wrote policy that is sweeping the country. The concept of how to even distribute wealth in cannabis was something that you conceived in policy, and people are disconnected from the author of the policy and therefore not actually driving the outcomes that your policy actually would do, because implementation and so many other nuanced things are required in order to maintain power. So that's our problem, sharing it with you to get insight from your leadership. But I wanted you to take 5 minutes right now to talk about the past, your leadership and the environment as it relates to, where you came from and what cannabis was and what it is today and what your role was in it. And then we'll stop because all the way up until you get to the future. So take 5 or 10 minutes, whatever you like, but know that I'm just going to cut it up at equal amounts of time to make sure that we get equal amounts of information at each stage.
Okay. So let's start from the beginning. I always say, I predate legalization because we don't understand that this industry existed before it was an industry. We had an underground industry that we had created. You heard about it in the rap music. You knew about it in television because you saw people consuming cannabis. If you go all the way back to the and we can go back further than that, but let's just even go back to the 80s or 90s when you saw certain movies that were out there. You saw the what you would probably see Friday the 13th. Now in the movie, they were consuming cannabis. If you look at Weird Science, in the 80s, they were consuming cannabis. If you look at a lot of movies that exist and you go through history, you will see cannabis consumption throughout that. So let's be very clear that cannabis has always been here. It's always been something that has been bought and sold and grown throughout the U.S. and it's here to stay. When I say I predate legalization, I also want
I was going to ask you, when did you touch the plant? Whatever it is that you did with the plant, when did that begin?
We talk in the late 80s. So we're at late 80s all the way to present day. But I do want to give people a sense of content when we talk about predating and when we also talk about someone being involved in cannabis before legalization and may have gotten into some type of, and I won't even say trouble, but entanglement with the law.
You mean me? I went to prison for drugs. I had a drug offense. And so, I hustled weed.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I never consumed it.
And
but I
made
tens of thousands of dollars selling pounds of weed. I never consumed it though.
Absolutely, you and many others. So let me present a content. Let's go back to the Kennedys. And let's go back to the great-great-great-grandfather who was a bootlegger in the backwoods running moonshine. And then now the Kennedys present day are a power force in the alcohol business. They own a great stake in it. So to tell a Black man who hustled cannabis on the streets like their granddaddy did in the backwoods, and now they are a power force to tell us we cannot participate in this very thing that we kept alive. And you have to understand what the true narrative is. If it wasn't for people like yourself, myself, and the street hustlers, there would be no viable industry or what we can now call an industry or a business today. Because if it wasn't for us being the main distribution point of cannabis within the community, there wouldn't be a business for now you to talk about how in your state, in my state, there are people making millions of dollars behind cannabis. So we need to make sure that people truly understand the content of that. Because
what I typically say, I cut through the chase. What I typically say is this: The the places that I set up to distribute cannabis today are still thriving here in the city of Philadelphia, and I've been removed from them for decades. But I still got the biggest spots that I set up personally. And they listen, it's never going to die. Law enforcement get their weed there. It ain't going nowhere, baby.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that's predating legalization. I came in the late '80s all the way through the '90s. So when you look at things like the Chronic album, which during that era of Death Row and the Chronic album being produced, I was their main supplier of cannabis. So my cannabis influenced a lot of what we see today. I was, therefore, was weed man.
So you were the reason that I was here on the East Coast transporting cannabis from the West Coast, because in our culture, right, on the East Coast rap, y'all did that. We had a different vibe. Y'all brought the gangster lean, y'all brought the Chronic, obviously, the best album, the best vibe. But what it did was it proliferated, it normalized cannabis. I remember Cypress Hill, taking hits and going to prison and, being banned for being able to speak about cannabis. So I really thank you for being an OG on that, because not only did it provided me with an opportunity to generate income, to sustain my family, to provide other opportunities for people. And the great thing about flower, the cannabis, is that no harm, no foul, brother. Like I had weed in every nightclub, I had weed in every bar. And when people were stressed or when people were hurting, and I noted that, street customers were an 80-year-old woman or a 15-year-old kid, but whenever they consumed the plant, it was always a chill. I never touched it because I was an athlete. But what y'all did was y'all created you culture. You permeated the culture.
Absolutely. And it is a culture, and we cannot forget that, because we tend to think that it's going to run into this big business situation. Without the culture, it doesn't work. And that's where a lot of businesses have come in, like your MedMans and stuff like that, and they have failed because they truly don't understand the culture around cannabis. You can't just come in and think you're going to whitewash this thing. And that's what it's going to be, especially for the community of the people of color who understand this from a different perspective. So moving forward, I began to get involved in cannabis. I took over the city of Compton, 3 projects and Watts, and I began to expand my territory with cannabis movement.
Hold on. We're not going to pause on that, right? Because we're not going to pause on that. We're going to let that bake. You said you took over projects where?
And Watts.
Watts, and where else?
And I took over Compton, the city of Compton.
Compton, that they make the songs about.
Absolutely.
So everybody and their baby mama was puffing in your weed, and it created a vibe that has swept the continent over and over.
Absolutely. When you listen
thank you for that. Thank you for providing opportunities for Black and brown people to generate wealth, to generate power, to have a sense of self, but more importantly than that, to get an opportunity to recognize that there's nothing more important on this planet than people and the planet itself. And the plant does that. So thank you, brother.
Yes, my pleasure, always. And so even then, my mindset was that it was legal. I always, if you go back to anyone who knew me in that era, and people the present day know that they would always say, man, you just roll around here like this is legal. And so always in my mind, heart and mind, always felt it should be legal. And so I never carried myself like I was doing anything legal, because I never felt I was doing anything legal, making sure that this plant got to each and every one who needed it for whatever reason, whether it was medical purposes or whether it was financial, to take care of their household, because I fed a lot of mouths in the streets of Compton and in the projects and Watts. So just keep in mind, I employed and gave people an opportunity to be self-employed and entrepreneurs within their own right.
I know what it was like. I know what it was like to meet the version of you here on the East Coast. I remember not being able to have access to the plant or quality plant. And I remember meeting a dude in the unlikeliest places with an accent And he was just like, what you need, and gave it to me. And I literally paid my way through college. Like got out of my mind, paid my mother's bills, established my own place of residency while working at LaSalle University's dish room, while working a part-time job at UPS. But everybody on job sites want to consume cannabis. And so I always thought that the best way to distribute cannabis would be in the normal places, such as job sites and afterlife. And that was what I did.
Absolutely. And it's funny that you say that, because my dad has 6 liquor stores in the city of Compton, and I ran those liquor stores and helped him manage those liquor stores. And that was one of my major distribution points where people were able to catch up with me, because I was there every day. I was there from 4 p.m. to 2 in the morning. So you could always catch me. When you listen to Eazy-E sipping on a 40, that talks about the liquor store, our liquor store that I ran on 124th and Wilmington in the city of Compton. So there's a rich history behind the things that I've done in the city of Compton and Los Angeles. And moving forward,
But before you go forward, I want to ask you a different question. So you're talking a bit about you and how you laid it down. Talk a little bit about the past in regards to the community, the culture, law enforcement. Give me 5 minutes on that, and make sure that you include yourself in the disruption, because we're glorifying your fight, the trauma, and I don't want to do that, right?
Absolutely.
The reason that I know that you weren't the only brother operating in that capacity, but you were the only brother to endure to the degree that you have. And so let's make sure that we, keep it a being, add the struggle, but we can only do it in relating to environment, because I know nothing happened to us. I just know that we move through these things, and as a result of it, we have a lot more energy and light than we would have had if we did.
Absolutely. So as I would begin to mix and mingle in the cannabis industry, my first interaction with law enforcement was a cousin of mine who was in the car. I was actually taking him home. He needed a ride home. He had 2 nickel bags of weed in his pocket. He was on probation. I had no criminal record, no criminal history. Not even a parking ticket or a jaywalking ticket. So I told him, I said, man, back in those days, you always ask, no matter who they were, what you got on you before you get in my car. So that was the golden rule. Because, in the streets where we both come from, people carry things. And
North Philly is Compton, baby, and Compton is North Philly for sure.
Yes, sir. So, we want to make sure we're aware of what you got on you when you get in the car. So I asked him, and he told me I got a couple of nickel bags. So of course, I got on him and said, man, you on probation. You don't need to have that on you. Matter of fact, get that to me. I put it in my center console. I don't have any criminal record. 2 nickel bags, no big deal. I'm driving and take him on, drop him off. We chopping it up. Drop him off, and then I spin off from his house, and I don't even think about the nickel bags that are still sitting in the center console. Well, I get pulled over in front of the projects, and of course, driving while black, because definitely I did not commit any traffic infractions or anything to be stopped. I get pulled over. They search the car, they pull me out, search the car. They pull out the 2 nickel bags. At that time, I had some cash on me that was from the liquor store. So I had a large sum of cash on me. And because we left the liquor store, and I normally take all of the money from the liquor store and drop it. So I was in the process of that as well. Anyway, on my way back, I get pulled over, I get jacked up, I got the 2 nickel sacks on me, and I have the cash in the back. Automatically, they take me to jail, charge me with possession for sales.
Wait. You said you got jacked. I want to put some I want to put some color and some nuance on that.
Okay.
Having jacked means that the police broke the law, broke your
Absolutely.
constitutional rights, search your vehicle without asking permission.
Absolutely.
But we call it getting jacked, getting stopped, getting screwed over, but we don't call it what most Americans would call it.
Exactly.
Their civil rights were being violated, and as a direct result of that, they put a crime on you that wasn't yours.
Well, they actually put a crime on me that wasn't even a
That wasn't
crime.
committed. That's my point.
Exactly.
By the police.
And let's even talk about the laws that were on the books at the time.
Yeah, let's get into that, because that's a lot of trauma. I want you to relive that. Let's talk about the culture of police enforcement.
Okay. So of course, you know, when you were stopped as a black man and I will have to say in America, it is not a good thing. The first thing they're gonna do is frisk you, put you in cuffs, put you in the back seat of the car, and then they're gonna go through your car like a tornado.
So there was a lot of that in Compton at the time.
Oh, that's all it was with us. If it wasn't jacking us up and roughing us up, it was jacking us up and searching our vehicles if we were in vehicles. If there was any form
police chief during that time? Who was the police chief in the late 80s in Compton?
the police chief at that time was Daryl Gates.
See, I could ask you every police chief since that time, and you know their first and last names. And you know what? If there's not another person that black men know, it is definitely who the police chiefs are and who the district attorneys are. And what that talks about is the pervasive culture of policing that just, that's all they do to us. They don't protect and serve. That's what they do. They hunt, capture, and kill black men. So in 1988, at the height of that, at the height of all of these things, you were driving an industry in cannabis. Yeah. And then something happens that results in what you have today. What happened? What changed?
So what resulted in today when the culture began to progress with cannabis, because of course you have to understand that hip hop music, rap music is what I like to call it from the old school. It was rap music. Rap music drove the culture of cannabis and the acceptance of cannabis within many different communities, because you can best believe it wasn't just black folks coming to the places that I supply cannabis. I seen a bunch of white folks that coming into Compton buying cannabis from the places that I supply.
I live walking distance with Temple University, which was a commuter college here in Philadelphia. And so right in the heart of North Philadelphia is a university where the highest levels of consumption happen. And so literally, that university growing literally grew our economy. Like the majority of my customers were not people of color.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I had quite a few that weren't. And when I opened up my first shop in the city of Compton, fast forward in 2005,
So what do you mean? What do you mean when you say you opened up your first shop? Talk about what made it possible for you to open up a shop. What you mean? You already had shops all over.
Yes, sir. So in 1996, California legalized cannabis for medical purposes. In 1996.
So the same thing they just did in Philly.
Yes, sir.
They did here. So the guys that are here in Philadelphia are in the same exact predicament that you were in. You have a thriving cannabis distribution center, hub, grow, all that, and an industry is now legalized, and now you're competing, and you're being policed, they're being empowered. Exactly. Now medical marijuana. So we are currently there. Keep going.
Exactly. So with that, once legalization came into play in 1996, and we talking 23 years ago, 1996 or 24 years ago, roughly around there. We're talking 1996. I began to do my research and homework because I was waiting for that moment to happen so that I can become a part of the legal market. I researched for.
By this time, you got about 8 years in the game.
Yes.
Or close to a decade.
Yeah, close to a decade in the game. And so now it's as jumping in, becoming an activist, joining the fight, and pushing the movement of cannabis in the city of Los Angeles. I said, Now it's time, fast forward into 2005, it's time for me to open up my shop. So I opened up the first shop in the city of Compton, which is, if anybody understands the demographics of LA, I was south of the 10 freeway, which is something that people understand very well what resides south of the 10 freeway, which is more of your inner city, South LA, Compton, Watts, Long Beach.
So you was on the urbanized side, or you were on the
Yes, sir.
So,
Urbanized.
so in North Philly, we say you opened up around the block. You was in the hood.
I was in the hood, always in
Say
the
no
hood.
more.
And
no more.
I always say it's good in the hood.
Oh, listen, brother, I'm representing North Philly right here. A for Oxford, A for Jefferson. So.
Right on, right on. So I opened up in the city of Compton. I began to, run my shop and get into the fight of the city of Los Angeles, because that's where it was ground zero for the medical marijuana fight. During this time, the federal government became aware of LA's market expanding on a retail level. So now keep in mind,
you opened up a shop, a physical location to disperse cannabis without the permission. Because
no, I did it with the permission. So
okay,
because I understood, like I said, I did my homework and research prior to opening up, and because I understood the laws, the rules, the regulations, we had what we had called Proposition 215 and SB 420. So these were laws that existed that allowed us, if we understood them well enough, to be able to open up a store that provided cannabis for those who need it for medical purposes.
How did that come about? How did you guys end up with legislation that would even provide you an opportunity? As I introduced in the beginning, I indicated that we have been excluded. So how did that happen?
So our understanding and knowledge within politics, policy writing, and how the laws go. See, if you are old enough to remember Schoolhouse Rock, and Schoolhouse Rock, where the bill was, I'm only a bill. Yes, I'm only
My name is Bill. You know I
exactly. So if you understood how a bill or a policy is written and introduced, it is the same way locally. You can introduce a bill the same way locally. So you write a bill. I did not personally do that, but I was involved in doing it.
So wait. Cool. This is an important step. So you in the streets.
Yes.
Liquor stores, the hood, project.
Yeah.
They say, all right, it's a lot of money being made. We're gonna make it legal. You say, oh, they're gonna make this legal. So then you start getting with the folks that's gonna make it legal.
Absolutely.
And while you're doing that, you're learning how it really go beyond the song. Absolutely. And so as a director, that's active. Like, talk about that for a spell, because that is not a typical path to anywhere. That's highly unusual for a person to be in the hood, to own that business, for the business to become illegal, and which is why so few of us have actually gotten there, because if that's the way that it's going to happen, it's impossible.
Exactly. So one thing I've always believed in, as I said, one, I'm not going to let this industry get by me. In other words, I didn't spend all those years on the street selling weed for it to become legal. And
so you was that was your perspective. You was like, they about to keep mine. I ain't having it. And however it go, it's going to be mine. Period.
I'm going to be a part of it. Legalization ain't leaving me behind. So that was my determination. So I got with other community activists within the cannabis industry, and I've actually sat under them for at least 2 to 3 years, learning and understanding activism, policy writing, introducing it, lobbying. I began to understand that, and I saw how they maneuvered, and I began to maneuver as they maneuvered. Then they threw me in the fire, pushed me up to the podium, allowed me to speak. And once which they noticed before I noticed, that they said, you speak very well. You're able to get your point across. People are now listening to you in the cannabis industry. So once I understood the gift that I was given within this mechanism of legalizing things or getting policy written or lobbying or even being able to get a politician's attention, I understood that it became very powerful for me, and I became very aggressive in the manner of making sure that I got things done.
Cool beans. So from the street, right? You mastered the block.
Yes.
And you mastered the policy.
Yes.
Now let's keep going.
So
Because right, I want to make it important that in order for us to get where people have gone, we have to travel the roads that they've traveled.
Absolutely.
My trajectory into being a national criminal justice leader is directly similar to yours. The timeline is the same. I'm 50. The late 80s is when I started. And so I profoundly understand it. And that's what we need to know in Philadelphia, what we need to do in Pennsylvania is what's already been done, what hasn't worked, why it hasn't. And so let's cut off about your activism. But I wanted to make sure that people knew that there was a path and there's a journey and that you're skipping lots of struggle and nuance that they should actually be aware of. So thank you, brother.
Yes. So moving forward, understanding that I understood the power and the empowerment that I had as a Black man representing, and at this time, I'm the only Black man representing in the cannabis community publicly amongst a lot of my white colleagues who were owning and operating in the cannabis industry at this time.
Now, what year?
This was 2000 when I opened up 2005. So we're talking 2005 to 2007. Now we're moving into 2007 and 8, and the feds are heavy in LA. So we're at a city council meeting, getting ready to pass an important piece of policy, waiting on city council to vote on it. So we're sitting there and they're getting ready to tally up their votes. And this piece of legislation was called the ICO, which was our interim control ordinance. This was an important mechanism that was allowing the storefront to exist in the city of Los Angeles to provide what we call a safe access. Because if you know, cannabis in the beginning wasn't always safely accessible, so to speak. It was done in alleyways. It was done in so-called trap houses. And back there, we just called them weed houses or spots or whatever.
Oh, yeah, listen. All my stuff got sold on the block, and the block stay hot, baby. So
exactly. So we wanted to make sure that there was a what we call safe access, and safe access was actually helping people who were either the sick or dying for medical purposes. The old lady, the old man, the
veterans.
Yes, exactly. Veterans, teachers, school workers, whomever that would come, city workers, because they all came. And to purchase cannabis, could do it in a lit and safe and comfortable environment, and that they didn't have to duck and hide or go in a back alley. So this is what we're fighting for. As we were voting, as city council was voting on that, and at this time we had a mechanism with our cell phones that was like an Amber Alert within the community. So if anything that was going on within the cannabis community, we would get an Amber Alert that everybody's phones that were connected to this would ring. All of a sudden, our phones, as they voted, and they're tallying and tabbing up the votes, and they unanimously voted for the ICO, our phones start ringing and going off, and raids are taking place in the city as we are standing in council chambers. And there's 11 raids that are going on simultaneously in LA. And so we are all leaving, hurrying up, vacating the council chambers to get out there to begin to do what activists do, and that's harass the feds as they are trying to raid and break into our locations. And
you're like create human blockades, like you guys did anything to prevent law enforcement from impairing your ability to provide the plant to your customers.
Rocks, sticks, you name it, we would go in and shut the power off and lock them inside the building. And this is during the summertime when it's hot. So we've done this many a times. When you talk about civil disobedience, the cannabis industry presented a strong civil disobedience. And I say that in the content.
So what you're saying is that it turned that into a police state, and the community made the decision to tell police, to tell the estate, to tell governor, to tell elected officials from the local, state, and federal levels, this is our demand and this is what you will do because you work for us.
Exactly.
And people risk their lives in order to be able to have that fight at that level?
Exactly. And we did. And so we locked arms, and made sure that we did everything possible to fight against this regime that would terrorize us, go in and what we would call smash and grab, because that's what they would do. They would go in, tear up the shop, take all the cannabis, and then leave. And so what we would do is
They arrest people?
They didn't do many arrests during that raid, 11 raid. If you had a warrant or whatever, then they would pick you up. At that time, it was just take your product, steal from you, and then leave you to pick up the pieces. So what we would do is, as an industry, owners that didn't get hit would take cannabis from their locations, and we would take a quarter pound, a half a pound, and we would donate it to that shop so that they could get back up and running. We would go in and send volunteers over there to help them clean up their shop and get it back in order. Because
So you were saying we, and these are big groups or small groups, so just talk about the leveling up of the cannabis community during this time, just really quickly. How many people were you all with? Were there 3 of you?
Hundreds.
The reason it's important for us to hear is because we have a very fractured and isolated community across the country when it relates to Black cannabis, and particularly local. None of the localities are actually thriving because all of the work is still fragmented. You are rooted in the community, and you had been distributing the plant through the community. And so the community, the community is what's always afforded you your relationships to be an entrepreneur in regards to the plant. But the problem we have is that the people who are driving these efforts are not me, but other individuals. Now, you can't sell anything in our hood. People ain't gonna allow you to. These young men are intolerant of people visiting their neighborhoods and communities and opening up stores and businesses. And they fight violently against it through so many ways that are sporadic and disoriented because they don't know that something like this is possible. But you just indicated that there was a time to literally arm yourself and protect your property, protect your vision. And it was maintaining and relating to cannabis. And that we have been suffering as our relations to our cannabis, but we have not been willing to even protect us collectively. And by doing so, not only did you decriminalize it, you actually made it possible for everyone else.
So let me be very clear. In the very beginning, there were people that I fought with that didn't look like me. So I have to build the narrative and give you the story. Black folks did not want to get involved. This was federally illegal. This was the beginning fight when the states were trying to grapple and get their heads around how this was going to be legalized. And LA took the lead on this even before the state of California took the lead on it. So you got to keep in mind is that
the fight, you guys are the seed of all of you seeded it. You seeded it locally, it became global.
Ground zero. We were ground zero for the cannabis fight in the country. And this is the content that I need everybody to understand. If LA did not succeed in its civil disobedience fight against the government with this and continue to push the narrative of legalization, it would not have happened nowhere else in the country because everybody would have looked at us and said, well, they failed, they got knocked out, and then we're not going to do that and allow that to happen. So we're just going to stay away from it. But because of our civil disobedience and our eagerness and our strength and our fight and our will and drive to to push this cannabis legalization forward, we made it possible for everybody else to look at us and say, that's what we want to do. That's what we're going to do.
So let me ask a very plain question, right? That's a lot to sacrifice. That's a lot. So you said Black people weren't in it. You obviously had significant capital already being generated because of you had wealth in your cannabis space. So of course you weren't going to abandon that. So you had a great deal more to fight for than most people. You already had a nugget. They would have to fight to that degree for a dream. So for us, what percentage of those individuals were engaged in the industry before it was legal? Were it the people who had degrees or money who could make investment in it and then, hire attorneys and then get that? Or was it made up of people who would be considered criminals if a decriminalization or the normalization of cannabis hadn't happened after your successful fight?
About 99.9% of the people that was involved in the industry back then were people who were looked at as criminals. People like myself. So when you look at me,
you said 99%,
do I
right?
look like a criminal?
No, but my point is, right, 99% of that fight were the people who were closest to the problem. We always say that the people closest to the problem are closest to the solutions, but usually furthest from the resources and power. But what I want people to actually understand is that what I said is true, but people have to know that it's possible, and you defy that. Like, we have power, and you demonstrated that people would deem illegal stood together and demanded that this industry not be taken from them, and therefore created an opportunity for the rest of the world. But now, 99% of us are not the individuals who are in the industry, who are in the space.
A minute to say this. I was arrested and sent to prison for 2 years, state prison, over that issue with the 2 nickel bags of weed when it was all said and done. So let me just be clear about that. We're talking I strung that out all the way to 1997, eventually ended up going to prison for 2 years. So when I talk about moving policy forward.
Wait, how many years? You said I started. How many years did you fight that case?
I fought it for a couple of years, but I went to prison for 2 years. Wow.
So the state spent thousands of dollars trying to prosecute you. You spent tens of thousands of dollars defending yourself, the time and the stress of it all, and then you eventually go and serve 2 years in prison, 1 year for each nickel bag that wasn't yours. Cool, I hear you.
Absolutely. And so keep in mind, and this is, I have to tell this story for our people, is that I was a convicted felon moving forward. You keep in mind, I opened up my store in 2005. My conviction was in 97 with a felony after doing 2 years in prison. I'm fighting in the cannabis industry as an owner operator with a felony. So when we talk about, and the majority of the white folks have misdemeanors, and some of them may have felonies too. May not have been cannabis felonies, but were felonies. So I need to make sure that people understand the narrative. I don't want people to think because you have a felony on your record, that is the end all for you. No, I never act like I had a felony on my record. I continue to march forward as if I never been to prison, and no one never knew if I didn't tell them. I never act like I had a felony on my record, and no one would know, not unless they check to see. So I continue to move forward as a model citizen, as a person who respects the law, as a person who is a business owner and operator within the city of Compton, Los Angeles. I continue to move forward as any normal person in society. And so this is what I really need people to really get and understand. Now, in 2008, when the feds came in, they raided those 11 stores. 1 month later, they raid me, and then I go into federal prison for 6 years for owning and operating the same very stores that I own presently that are licensed by the city and the state today. Now, I say that because those 11 raids that happened before me were all white folks on Santa Monica and Sunset Boulevard. None of those went to jail. A month later, all 6 of my locations are raided, and I go to prison, federal prison this time, for 6 years. So
So you go to prison for operating establishment with a criminal conviction? Did that have anything to do with it, or?
Had nothing to do with it. It had to do with the fact that the federal government deemed cannabis a Schedule I drug illegal, and so they took me to jail. When I was in federal court, I could not say medicinal, I could not say medical marijuana, I could not bring any patients to court.
What you mean is that they were arbitrarily chose to prosecute you while not choosing to prosecute the other people who were in the space, because the feds have a choice, because they could prosecute anybody at any time as laws exist.
Absolutely.
My man.
So moving forward, you know, I could not use any of those things in federal court. So basically, I was just charged as a common drug dealer, period. The conviction they threw at me was 41 counts. It was a 41 count indictment with 3 major convictions: conspiracy to distribute 100 kilograms or more on a THC product, promotional money laundering, and money laundering. So the government throws everything at you, and they figure out of 41 counts, at least one will stick, right? That's the game. Let me throw as much as I can. Let me throw as much crap on that wall, and some of it's gonna stick.
I'm a baby G in Philly. I only had 78, bro. You know, I played no contest to 4, but they only hit me with 78.
Exactly. So you understand. And so now I go in, I do the 6 years, I come out. Immediately when I come out, I'm on federal probation, and I hit the ground running. I jump back into the industry on federal probation. I start.
Which is a year, right?
No, I was 3 years.
Wow.
So I'm on 3 years federal probation.
Isn't that considered intense? Isn't that the maximum amount of time that the feds will supervise somebody post-release?
No, they can well, some people had 10 years supervised release. It just depends on the nature of your crime. The fact that they knew that they shouldn't have convicted me to start with, they threw this 3-year probation on me. So as I'm on probation, I'm reconnecting back with elected officials and council members, and really navigating, because I saw that the cannabis industry was not progressing as I was gone. So I jumped back into the fight. I jumped back in front of the line and became the leader of the cannabis industry. So one of the main organizations that was created when I got out was called the Southern California Coalition. I was the president of that. The reason why is because I understood cannabis from start to finish.
The reason why is because you was a G from the streets. He was a G. There was no one better suited to lead the industry than the person who had innovated and pioneered it and spread it across the country already, and all twice gone to prison, lost time, life, and then attacked. That's an aggressive. You were expertly prosecuted. You were expertly hunted. You were expertly captured.
Now, it's funny that you say that, because not many Black folks say that. A whole lot of white folks said exactly what you said. And so when I first came home, I jumped back into the fight, but I stayed kind of in the backdrop. They pushed me to the front and said, "You got to tell your story." Exactly what you said, identical. The way you said it was the way they said it. And
that's why I wanted to put a pin in this, right? Because we have about 5 minutes. I thought that what would be more important than anything today was for you to talk about a past and then be comfortable with sharing anything about yourself, because just my brief conversation with you, I knew energetically who you were. I knew how white supremacy and social, racial, economic conditions, but our mutual love of the plant have forced us to move simultaneously in parallel lives. I went into the criminal justice space and began consulting in cannabis, and for the last 2 years have been on this journey. And so connecting with you, I told you in our first conversation, was the impetus for you becoming a leader and a mentor and a guide, and you were excited and willing and open, and this does that, and it does it in a way I didn't want to have this conversation privately. We had it open. Thank you for sharing so much of your story, so much insight. But now what I'm going to ask you to do is this. Take the last 2 or 3 minutes to just summarize whatever it is that you want to know. But more importantly, tell anybody who's going to see this exactly how they can get involved with you, exactly what it is that's urgent, and exactly what it is that's coming forward. You have the rest of the time, brother.
Okay, so first and foremost, we as Black folks have to come together. There is no way that we can get anything done without coming together. If you didn't understand what just went on in this country over the past, I would say 4 months, with everything that was going on, you saw everybody come together, not just Black folks, but you saw white folks, because there were people up in Westwood where in Beverly Hills where very few Black folks live, and it was all white folks holding up the Black Lives Matter sign. So if we don't understand the climate of our country today, we do have to understand one thing: we must come together. Every Black organization that's sprouting up and that is fighting for Black civil rights, Black advancement, Black business advancement, we all need to come together and understand how we push forward in this cannabis space. We have to hold our politicians accountable. We cannot let them look at this as something different. We have to make sure that we are involved in this. I don't care how many felonies you got, get involved. I got 3 of them. You hear what I'm saying? 3 of them. 2 prison terms, 1 Fed term.
I got 4, baby, 6.5 years.
1 Fed, and I'm not stopping. So I need you guys to understand that don't let that ever be a roadblock in your way to success. You are your own roadblock. Get involved, get actively involved, and become an owner and an operator. You know
how do we get in touch with you?
I'm sorry.
How do we get in touch with you? How do we stay in touch with you? How do we follow you?
So you can go on California, www.californiacannabiswc.com, or you can reach me through that email. Another email is V as in my name, Virgil, G as in my last name, Grant, at California Cannabis WC for West Coast.com. You can reach out to me there. And if there is anything I can do for other brothers and sisters in this cannabis space, I am a vessel. I am a tool. Use me to your advantage and advancement in the cannabis industry.
Virgil, I love you. I appreciate you. Your light and your energy has already transformed the world, has already transformed my life. To be able to connect to the root, or as we say from the bricks, to be able to connect to the triple OG, and I'm an OG. Right. I know that the thing that brought us together is that plant and in every home. Tomato, basil, weed, what you need. Thank you, bro. I hope that people take advantage of reaching out to you. I plan on bringing you back to talk to our politicians. I plan on bringing you back to help us build a framework on how to take power and how to win, so that we don't have to talk about equity. We can talk about how much distribution and wealth we are generating from that crop.
Absolutely. It has to be written in policy. And that's what I made sure happened here, so that
on how to take power and how to win, so that we don't have to talk about equity. We can talk about how much distribution and wealth we are generating from that crop.
Absolutely. It has to be written in policy. And that's what I made sure happened here, so that no one could make a decision by looking at an application whether I can get in or I can't. No, the law says I'm in. Policy. Got to write it in policy.
Well, thank you, brother. We look forward to working with you. I look forward to people learning more about you. And I encourage you to write some books and to do some podcasts. Like, I'm going to be on you, brother, to make sure that we can create a framework, an institution, that your knowledge and your experience and your love for the plant remains on this planet, because we're so grateful for what you've already done. Thank you, everybody who tunes in. Peace and love, y'all. Dope way to end my Black Cannabis Week.
Yes, sir. Right on.
We come to the end of the first Black Cannabis Week. Let this not just be 1 week for September. Let this not be just 1 week for October. Let this be a week and a day that we can carry forward into the future of cannabis. Because wherever we are in that future of cannabis. You may not think that it looks that way now, but we are in the future of cannabis, the way that we see ourselves, not the way that someone else sees us. So keep that in mind. We want to thank all of those folks who've been with us this Black Cannabis Week, all of our attendees, all of our supporters, all those folks who just chimed in just to say thank you. I found my tribe. Thank you. I found my community. We just want to thank you because of you, this collective energy, this collective thought has brought us through. I especially want to thank the Canna Cultural Association, EFCR, Peer Community, Delaware League, MP, Virginia North, Forbes Law, Jackson, Kelly, North Star Liberty, Uplift Maryland, DACO, Diaspora Alliance for Cannabis Opportunity. I wanted to thank today Sihatu, Black Dragon Breakfast Club, Robin, Top Flight Studio, Rico, Jay. I want to thank Amber and Change and Cheyenne, Tahiti, National Association of Black Journalists, Pan-Atlantic Conference. I want to thank Leah Jackson, the Black Affairs I want to thank Aisha Richardson, Desmond, Senator Sharice Street, Governor Brooks, Lieutenant Governor Fetch, Representative Brett Winston, Rep. Rab, Rep. Gaines, Congressman Dwight Evans, Sharita Kinney, Justin, Normal National, Shalina, Joshua, Jason, Al, Edie, Brandon Flood, Bill Cobb, D.A. Larry Krasner, Virgil Grant, Rico, Miko, Michelle, Osiris, Gagam. We want to thank Callie with the Canner Answer, Amarshar, all together now, PA. I want to thank Cameron. I want to thank Eric. I want to thank Amanda, Amanata. I want to thank Judy. I want to thank O'Neill. I want to thank Minorities for Medical Marijuana, M for MM, Roz McCarthy, Hope Wiseman, Marion Main, Shayoon, Elevate, Josie, Women of Color in Cannabis, Cannabis Inclusive, Wax Print Media, Astro Haze, Garden State Normal, Curry Flowers, Fake Joint, Fame, Kaylin, Rachel, Dr. Rachel Knox, Kiva Smith, Laura, Tangi, Dewey, DJ Mar, Felicia, DJ Sharky, came out of retirement just for us this week. We want to thank DJ Neil out of Baltimore. We also want to thank those folks that supported us in tech. Amma, Bunche, Alex, Lucretia, Faye Wynn. We want to especially thank Jason with Ground Zero. And there's so many more people. Like I said, this is a collective thought, this is a collective energy, and this brought us all together so that we can be together this week and we can celebrate, we can elevate, and we can educate Blacks in cannabis. Again, we are not an organization, we are not a group. We are a culture. Cultures don't die. Organizations, businesses, they can. We will live on, and we will be here. We'll be here next year, celebrating again, acknowledging again, elevating again, educating again, but most importantly, bringing us all together because we are not alone in this. We are not alone. And we want you to know that you are not alone. So no matter where you are in this country, you can reach out to us. blackcannabisweek@gmail.com. You can join us on YouTube at Black Cannabis Week. Follow us on social media. Wherever you are, just remember in your heart that this week was a week that you collectively brought together. And we appreciate you. Thank you. Until next year, be well.
I guess you wonder where I've been. I searched to find love again. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let go. My friends wonder what is wrong with me. Well, I'm in a day from your love, you see. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let go. Some people go around the world for love, and they may never find what they dream of. What you want to do for love, you try everything, but you won't give up. In my world, only you. Maybe do for love what I would not do. In my world, only you. Maybe do for love what I would not do. My friend wonder came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let go. Oh, yeah. morning. Yeah, every day's a mystery. So why you spending time trying to figure out me? See, I'm sophisticated. Some might say that I'm complex. And you could never predict what I might do next. See, I'll change my life just for me. I gotta do what's right for me. Glad that you bring me. See, I live reality. Something different, different about me. And
So as we come to the end of this Black Cannabis Week, the first Black Cannabis Week, the first time that we've done this is bringing us collectively together. We want to make sure that our thank yous are felt, our thank yous are heard. We want to thank Amber. We want to thank Shady. We want to thank Whitney. We want to especially thank Super Noble Women. We want to thank Tyrese. We want to thank the National Association of Black Journalists, the Can-Atlantic Conference, CHITU, Black Dragon Breakfast Club. We want to thank Robin, Top Flight Studio, Rico, as well as Jay. We want to thank so many people, and we want to make sure that we get the names right. We want to thank Kia Jackson, Black Experience in Cannabis, the SGLC, Kevin Kimball, Tinbit. We want to thank Aisha. We want to thank Desmond. We want to thank Senator Sharice Street, Governor Wolf, Lieutenant Governor Fetterman, Rep. McClinton, Rep. Rab, Rep. Gainey, Congressman Dwight Evans, Shanita Kinney, Justin, Normal National, Shalana, Joshua, Jason, Pat, Edie, Brandon Flood, Bill Cobb, D.A., Larry Grassman, Virtual Grant, Miko, Michelle, Osiris, Gagan. We want to thank the whole entire Cancers group, Callie, Marshad, all together now, EA, One Art, Cameron, Eric, Aminata, Amanda, Judy Wicks, O'Neill Lattimore, Ross McCarthy, M for MM, Minorities for Medical Marijuana, Hope Wiseman, Marion Main, Shayun, Elevate, Josie A, Women of Color in Cannabis, Can Inclusive, Wax Print Media, Astro Hayes, Garden State Normal, Juanita Scott, Jason Mitchell, Big John, Faye, Callan, Dr. Rachel Knox, Kira Smith Golden, Aura, Tangi, Tyler, Courtney, Jessica, Ramona, Lakes, Sammy, Vanessa. We want to thank Dewey, Thomas, Cool DJ Mar, Felicia, Sharky came out of retirement to play some classic house souls for us. DJ Neil out of Baltimore. Our tech crew, Amma, Moonshay, Alex, LaFleisha, Faye Rand, them all. We want to thank Canna Cultural Association, DFCR, Queer Genesis, Delaware, and MPD, Virginia Normal, Forbes Law, Jackson Gallery, North Star Liberty, Uplift Maryland, and especially DACO, the Diasporic Alliance for Cannabis Opportunity. We want to thank you all. We want to thank you so very much for those who posted, GBM Media, for those who put out a good word, those who put out a good thought. We want to thank you because this is not one group, this is not one person. This is a collective energy bringing us all together. And we did it this week. We educated, we celebrated, we elevated Blacks in Cannabis. So we want to thank you. Thank you. We are not an organization. We are not a trend. We are not just simply a group. We are a culture. We see ourselves in the future of cannabis the way we want to see ourselves. For the future of our legacy in one with the planet, people, and all living beings. We're proud that we're Black in cannabis. And we will see you in 2021. Black Cannabis Week is not just a week in September. It's not just a week in October. It's a week every week. It's a day every day. There are Blacks in cannabis, and we need to make sure that we support, we elevate, and we continue to lead and innovate. Thank you so very much. Black Cannabis Week 2020. I can't quite understand. 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 I can't quite understand.
She said that love is a misunderstood cliche. She never thought she would find herself in it one day. As she wears and smiles and carry the shadow that had the sunshine that once doubted the existence of love. See, for man, she has sowed the seed of a heart that shook a tree of faith. Blooded with caterpillars drowned in the soil. See, that's when we know calls a butterfly, she drowns. She drowns in the sift of his arc, awakened by the pleasure of his kiss. See, when the lips touch, they seal a covenant. At the end of it lies a portal with vows and promises that promises to remain faithful to the gospel of their love. To the town pink of blood. The Bible in my hand has to be enough.
Drums, 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 on 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 drums. Drums, it's really, really pleasure. It's about many years now. It's really, really a great pleasure and thrill to play with these friends of mine that I've known many years now. Thank you. Yeah. By the way, I mentioned greatest before. This is the finest. The finest, absolutely. The finest, it's really, really a great pleasure. Friends of mine that I've known many years now.
Dance to a beat that seems out of time, to the one you feel in the metronome of your mind. Does it offend you that our rhythm looks strange, or causes your thinking to be rearranged? Could it be that you would understand this beat to which we dance, with your feet, ask yourself, can you dance to my beat? Just get down to this groove on the feel. Get high to a spiritual expressions of freedom from the descendants of slaves. God gives us the strength. Is freedom we feel in our souls. To learn those lessons as our story continues to unfold. Our bodies are gifts, the givers of those gifts. So as you struggle to catch the rhythm with your feet, find the same. Falling every make me sing. And the emotions that I feel today. Oh, to give me some loving. Tell me what's your name. Maybe I should ask you in a kind of way. The kids can tell me name. Like the days, the night away. All I really need, all I really need from you is time. All my life I waited for this night. All I really need from you is time. All my life I waited for this night. Some type of way, I'm speechless for the words I don't know what to say. I need to know if it's feeling me. These are what we can be. Look into my eyes, tell me that there's something between you and I. I give myself to no disguise. So can you do this thing for me? Oh,